Welcome to a very sunny Saturday afternoon here in Western Germany for round 3 of the 2024 BNL Karting Series season. 4 stops on the calendar, which takes us right the way through to the last weekend of September. And what's more, we have got 12 races this afternoon. We've got the Super Heats and the finals tomorrow, as the road to the 25th anniversary of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, taking place at Sarno in Italy on the 19th to the 26th of October, is very much underway and at full throttle. Championship titles and those prize tickets are up for grabs. There is the updated timetable. We are starting a little bit later than originally planned due to a marshalling issue this morning. However, things have been sorted out and resolved. Thereby, we have already had morning warm-up. We have already had morning qualifying this morning, which has decided our respective 3 heats per class. So Mini and Mini Rookie will be out first, followed by Juniors. DD2 and DD2 Masters will be amalgamated into the same race, so a race within a race on that one as well. And then Seniors will be the latter drivers out onto the circuit, and we'll be running till about sort of 5:15 approximately, given any stoppages or delays thereof. My name is Alex Goldschmidt, welcoming you all to the official BNL Karting Series YouTube channel. Of course, this is live and direct from this just over 1,100 metre circuit that has seen the likes of previous Formula One champions and so many other individuals come and start building their foundation of their careers right here, including 2 of Germany's very most celebrated Formula One drivers, including 7-time Formula One world champion, most notably with Benetton and Scuderia Ferrari, of course, Michael Schumacher, and then the man that was dominant along with Red Bull back in the early 2010s, 4-time Formula One world champion, and now very much a talisman in many different areas with what he's looking to do. Of course, Sebastian Vettel, a 4-time world champion from 2010 until 2013 with Red Bull Racing. But these drivers, some of which are the young hotshots, the young superstars of the future, are here, and they're the stars of the show. They're the ones that we really want to give their spotlight to. And we've got the best part of around 80 or so drivers here at this circuit, which is located around about a 25-minute drive away from Cologne. And we're not that far away either from the Dutch border in its own right. A short trek on the Autobahn westbound. We'll get you over to the Dutch border, and then, of course, it's not actually that far from our final stop on the calendar, Karting Genk, which will host the final round of the championship, as I said earlier on, in the last weekend of September. 28th and 29th of September is when we'll host our 4th and final round. For those watching on the live stream on YouTube, thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And if you click on the pinned comment at the top of the live chat, well, firstly, please tell us who you're supporting. I know that not everyone's able to make it to race weekend, so thanks to the wonder of YouTube. You can click on the live timing link, and then also in that browser there will also be an available results button. But we are not that far away from getting underway with our first of 12 races. So each class will go through 3 heats. After that, we'll then have the ranking after heats, and then we'll have the Super Heats tomorrow morning, which will then provide us with the final intermediate classification, which will then decide the grids for the finals tomorrow afternoon, which will be starting at around about 1 o'clock local time here in Western Germany. But we are seconds away from getting underway with our first of 3 heats for both Mini and Mini Rookie. Without further ado, let's take you through the starting grid for Mini and Mini Rookie. Race 1, Heat 1 of round 3. Starting from pole position will be the number 171 of AJ Bergeraff. Joining him on the front row from the United Kingdom will be the 124 of Arthur Farrow. Jensen Chalk and Michael Zayak will be on row number 2, followed by Jack Freeman and Jeff Verbeek. Vic van Kampenhout and the pole sitter in Mini Rookie, Latvia's Theo Steindal in the number 30, round out row number 4. Jens Thiminen and Max Jolly will be on row 5, completing the top 10. Row 6, Ryan Rampadella, Flean Herbos. Then we've got Maria Roberto Taffiniskinen, Albert Ferro, younger brother of Arthur. There out the top 15. Tristan Abiel, 16th, head of Vince van der Hallen. Pauline Van Plate, Jesse Munandi and Habits Clubs Hans. Liam Hauger, Plumen Georgiev, Matthias Verreken. Looks like Victor Reutz has made it out onto the track. Great work by the team at SP Motorsport to do so, with Jack Dupre rounding out the 26-strong grid. Now, 2 drivers got penalised in qualifying earlier on. Jack Dupre got a front fairing penalty, which dropped him down 3 positions. So did Vince van der Hallen, who then got a further 10-place grid penalty imposed, and is going to start way down the order. Should have started 4th, starts 17th on the inside of row number 9. But the drivers are now starting to get into the 2x2 rolling start formation. Proceedings overlooked by race director Martin Leiner, who is just about to tell them to slow down. All 13 rows, 26 drivers ready to get into battle for 7 minutes. Plus an additional lap as they slowly crawl their way through the mud curve and then into the Michael Schumacher S's, which then brings them onto the final double left here onto this Just over 1,100 metre circuit. The red lights are on, the red lights are out, and we're on the way. It's the run through the fast right-hand kink. Then a hard braking zone into the hairpin here at turn number 2. AJ Bergdorf leads the way. Now up into second is Jensen Chalk, as we've had one go very, very wide and one spun around at the back end of the field. Heading through into turn number 2 as the field makes its way through turn 5, through the very, very twisty part of the circuit. And now they go through the elevation changes and the changes of camber. There's 154 of Matthias Verreken, being followed by, I think that's Klaus Hans possibly in the 169, as the leaders come through Mudcover for the first time into the Schumacher S. So AJ Bergdorf is going to bring them around the final corner, closely followed by Jensen Chalk, Jack Freeman, and has now rocketed his way up from 5th to 3rd on the grid. And Jensen Chalk goes to the inside here into turn number 2, makes the move for the race lead before they even hit the apex. Now into turn number 5, you have to be very, very careful at that corner, mainly because of the fact that if you go a bit too wide on your approach into it, you can actually leave the inside line open, which is the traditional racing line. But Jensen Chalk, new race leader on lap number 2, up through the elevation change into the quick left here at Mudcover. And you're nearly straight lining the Schumacher S. And you can see the amount of commitment from these youngsters here. So after lap 2, Chalk leads, Bergdorf second, Freeman closely following behind in 3rd. Top 3 covered by just over 4/10. Zayak and Arthur Farrow round out the top 5. Jeff Verbeek being followed by Max Jolly, the young man from Hunter Motorsport in the 114, who earlier on this year made his debut at Marienborg and took a podium in the final. Vince van der Hullen has already made up at least 8 positions, might even be in double digits very shortly, because he's right with, I think he might actually have gotten past Vic van Kampenhout in the 147, who was in action at Rotax Belgium a couple of weeks ago with a slightly singed right forearm, but still managed to make good of his intentions. 4.5 minutes to go, and Chalk now starting to stretch the legs on the 164 Tony Kart underneath him. Into turn 2, and Freeman now also having moved to KR Sports partway through the season after both he and Maria Roberto switched teams. Is also now running under the dark purple, pink and white of KR Sports. Team run by Ashley Orchard. Ashley Orchard, who is, I think I have seen him wandering around the paddock. But Bergdorf now starting to close in on Chalk. The gap last time round was just under 0.3 of a second. Out of the final corner, lap 4 completed. Chalk has a lead of less than 1/10.5, as right onto the rear bumper going into turn 2 goes the Dutch driver behind. AJ Bergdorf from SP Motorsport, the team run by not just the team owner, but also likes to get his hands dirty on the tools and also gets behind the wheels, Stan Pex. And Freeman is having to fight off Michael Zayak, Arthur Farrow and Jeff Verbeek. That is the battle for P6. Vince van der Hullen showing, according to the timing screens, he is running 7th at the moment. Looks like Jack Dupre is out of the race, I'm afraid. Didn't make it past lap number 3. Jensen Chalk with just under 3 minutes to go has got that lead extended. Was 0.14, now 0.39. So the young man from Wootton Under Edge, who's been very, very competitive in both micro and in mini, has represented Team UK for a couple of the most recent grand finals. But he is definitely looking very, very composed as the young Briton. So Vince van der Hullen has got through on Max Jolly. Now that's 10 places gained for the 130 from Belgium. He's been pretty much unassailable for a lot of the championships that he competes in. Jensen Chalk looking to strike whilst the iron is hot. 2 minutes to go. Chalk still leads. 0.3 of a second is now the advantage. Changes. Victor Reutz has moved up from 25th on the grid and is now 14th behind Maria Roberto. Gap between them is about 1.6 seconds. A nice couple of bits of overtaking. That includes Roberto. I think she's just got through on Ryan Rampadarath, the number 32, one of the mini rookie drivers. As AJ Bergdorf is keeping Jensen Chalk very, very honest. Jack Freeman doing a solid defensive job, holding on to third place. He's got a duo of drivers in the form of Zayak. And, well, I'm wondering who that is behind him because I don't spot a DHR. No, that's Vince van der Hullen is he's flying at the moment. And I think he might try a move on Michael Zayak as they go through into turn 2. So Vince van der Hullen is right with Michael Zayak and is within earshot of Jack Freeman. So Vince van der Hullen for every single race. Oh, and he's spun around at turn 5. Van der Hullen off. A little bit of a contact maybe with Michael Zayak's rear bumper. And the 130, who at that point had made up 12 places, has just dropped it off of turn number 5 and went backwards. The battle at the front end of the field is going to go on to its penultimate lap through the Michael Schumacher S. Out of the final left-hander. Jensen Chalk is continuing to lead AJ Bergdorf, who last time around did post the fastest lap of a 48.570. And Van der Hullen, all that hard work has dropped him right down to 14th. Victor Reutz has made up 12 places and now is ahead of Vince van der Hullen. Jack Freeman has now got distance between himself and Michael Zayak to the tune of about half a second. Max Jolly in the meantime now 6th, ahead of Vic van Kampenhout, Jeff Verbeek, Jenthe Moonen, and the leading mini rookie Theo Steindal. Maria Roberto in the meantime now up into 11th, ahead of Ryan Rampadarath. Timer has expired. One more lap remains here in the opening mini and mini rookie race of round 3. Chalk leads after 9 laps. On to the 10th and final lap we go. The two leaders make their way at full velocity here into turn number 2. Gap between them is just north of 2.5 of a second. Through into 3, now into 4, now into the left at 5. And then, well, Jack Freeman, he's got a quartet of hungry drivers right behind him. But as the top 2 make their way through the last few corners, now they're coming up towards the quick left here at Mudkurva before the Schumacher S. And Jensen Chalk, who took the lead on lap number 2, has said, right, I'm the championship leader. You're going to have to do everything in your power to come and beat me. And he takes heat 1 convincingly. AJ Bergdorf 2nd. Jack Freeman rounds out the top 3. Michael Zayak and Arthur Farrow round out the top 5. With Max Jolly, Vic van Kampenhout, Theo Steindal, Maria Roberto, who rounds out the top 9. She made up 4 places, with Jeff Verbeek completing the top 10. Theo Steindal from Latvia, however, provisionally takes the opening mini rookie race win in the class. So a lot to, well, we did have a little bit of a delay there, folks, but we got going. But there are your results. Chalk wins it by 0.3 after 10 laps out of AJ Bergdorf. Freeman 3rd. Zayak, Farrow, Arthur Farrow, Max Jolly, Vic van Kampenhout, Theo Steindal, our rookie winner, the young man from Latvia, who is with GKS Levens Power, Maria Roberto and Jeff Verbeek round out the top 10. Jenthe Moonen in 11th, head of 2nd place mini rookie driver Ryan Rampadarath. Victor Reutz and Vince van der Hullen round out the top 14 ahead of Leon Herboz. Tafe Niskanen, 3rd in mini rookie, 17th place on the road. Tristan Abils ahead of Jesse Moonen, Dejan Habits, and Matthias Verreken, who rounds out the top 20. Klaus Hans, Albert Farrow, Liam Hauger, Pauline Van Preet, and Plamen Georgiev round out the 25 runners, with Jack Dupre retiring on lap number 2. So there you see the long line at the moment for our mini and mini rookie drivers. Of course, 25 made it to the end of 10 laps. Unfortunately, one did not. And the recovery truck will be on its way momentarily to go and pick up Jack Dupre, who unfortunately did not make it through to complete 3 of the 10 laps of this race. But drivers now will be going on to the weighbridge, which means that driver and kart must be weighed at the same time. Make sure that they are at least of the minimum weight limit. And I have seen it before where drivers have been pinged for being at least at lowest, 0.05 of a kilogram underneath the weight limits. So Jensen Chalk, the current championship leader at the moment. Hello to Isaac Barker. Morning, Alex. I was meant to be going, but I'm heading to Italy next week. Okay, well, good luck there. I know that is the next round of the Euro Trophy next week, Isaac, so all the very best of luck. Coming into this round of the championship, Jensen Chalk leads on 306 points, 2 ahead of Vince van der Harlen. Chalk has had 2 seconds and a win. The 2 second places were the qualifying heats, being second in the ranking after heats after the qualifying heats on round 1 at Genk. The final he was second, won the final at Marienburg. Van der Harlen didn't place in the top 3 at all at Karting Genk, but came firing back with, leading the ranking after heats and also after the super heats. Finished second to Chalk at Genk. At Marienburg, and that was when Max Jolly, the 114 from Hunter Motorsport, picks up his win, his 3rd place, and what a debut it was. Jenthe Moonen picks up 2, has been another driver that has picked up some welcome results. 2 second places at Marienburg, but I was unfortunately excluded from the final. Oliver Warner and Nikita Lyubimov also have had successes. But let's take you through the grid for Race 2, Heat 1, Junior Rotax. And here it is. Boris Maximov starts from pole position. 5 drivers penalised and given a 5-place grid drop post-qualifying, having been deemed to have impeded other drivers during the session. Well, it's going to be Boris Maximov and Jacob Ashcroft. It's like mini-max days all over again on the front row. Mate Kobahidze, the young Georgian, will be lining up on the inside of row number 2 with Jim back alongside. Lars Lambers and Alan Vida round out row number 3. Bram van der Weken and Luca van Leer round out row 4. Cameron Nelson and Raymond Bansel round out the top 10. Ahead of Nico van Berkel, Thijs van Wijk, Lad Tomenchuk, Nicolas Machon, Max Sadurski and Ollie Wise. So the drivers that were penalised in the qualifying session were Thijs van Wijk, then also Nicolas Machon, the 284 of Luca van Leer, the 290 of Bram van der Weken and the 297 of Max Sadurski, all picking up a 5-place penalty post-timed qualifying. So for mini, rookie and juniors, it is 7 minutes plus an additional lap per heat. For all other classes, for DD2, Masters and Seniors, it will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Then we up the ante for the Super Heats, 9 minutes plus a lap for mini, rookie and junior, 12 minutes plus a lap for Senior, DD2 and Masters, and then it'll be 11 minutes plus an additional lap for the finals for mini, rookie and junior, 14 minutes plus an additional lap for DD2, Masters and Seniors. 7 minutes on the timer. So Maximov and Ashcroft on the front row, into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are out, and straight away we get underway in racing. As in towards turn 1 is going to be a big old freight train coming through at turn 2. Must be Nicolas Machon at the back end of the field, but Maximov leading the way as we head into turn 5 on the opening tour of this race. And bumping their way through into turn 6 and 7. just spotted Luca Van Leer, who is just ahead of Nicolas Machon. Looks like they've fallen to the back of the train. Air temperature 28 degrees Celsius. 48% wind to the north, around about 20 kilometers an hour. That's about 13 miles per hour itself. But Maximov leads, Kobahidze second, Lambers third, Ashcroft has just got past Brown van der Weken, so has made some steady progress as the young man from Western Supermare, who had the perfect Minimax season. Oh, well, up the inside, multiple overtakes happening. Jim back, I think, being passed by Adam Vida. And Ashcroft had Van der Weken up the inside. And Ashcroft now being followed by teammates from Dan Holland Racing. The number 241 of Cameron Nelson. So after lap 2, Maximov leads Kobahidze by just under 7/10 of a second. Lars Lambers and Bran van der Weken, they've made up 2 and 3 positions each up the grid. Looks like Ollie Wise hasn't made it, well, according to the live timing, I haven't seen Ollie Wise out on circuit, so hasn't been able to make it out there. Meantime, Bran van der Weken, I think, has he gotten up into 3rd place? Might be the case there. Yes, he is ahead of Lars Lambers in the 242, running out the top 3. So, change in the top 3 at the moment. Maximov leads, Kobahidze keeping it very, very nicely on track is the youngster from Georgia. Of course, the previous driver that competed in the BNL Karting Series, running now under the Kazakhstani flag. Alexander Abkazava, also a former DHR alumni, a recent winner in Euro Cup 3, which also sees former BNL and Rotax driver alumni Valentin Klus from Germany, who used to race with RS Competition. He now runs with Campos. So Maximov just trying to see if he can extend a little bit of a lead over Kobahidze, which is over 3 laps, expanded to 7.5 of a second. And, well, Van der Weken, last time it was pretty quick, 45.8. Is the fastest lap of the race, and he's matched it again. Ashcroft has got through on Lambers for P4. Max Sidursky has rocketed his way up the order over the past 4 laps by 8 places. Now runs 7th and is running very, very strong, running in the high 46.2 second bracket. As we are halfway through the race, Van der Weken very, very much closing in on Kobahidze. Into the Schumacher S. And we are about to complete, well, there we go, lap 5 completed. Maximov leads now by just over 7/10 of a second. So, yeah, looks like Ollie Wise, after 2 laps, has fallen by the wayside, the young man from the UK. Some of the drivers make their way through now into turns 3, 4, and 5, and look at the amount of momentum carry and commitment you have to have in this. Adam Vida closing in on Max Sidursky once again. That is the battle for 7th on the road. Things look to be closing up a little bit. Not between 1st and 2nd, but it's more like 2nd and 3rd at the moment. So another new fastest lap. Bran van der Weken is on an absolute tear, but then Thijs van Dijk down in 9th. Has just put in a 45.656 as the 246 from the Netherlands. Currently running behind Adam Vida, and they are not that far apart, about 3, I think that's probably 4/10 between the pair. Coming down to the final minute and 40. Top 3 last time were covered by 7/10. Now we complete lap 7. That's now gone down to under half a second. Van der Weyken looking very, very racy. So is Kobahidze. Maximov is going to have eyes in the back of his head round about now as they're coming through the left-hander at turn 5. There was a possible opportunity for Mate Kobahidze to dive up the inside, but the Georgian thought better of it because he knew he'd be between a rock and a hard place. He's got Maximov in front of him, Van der Weyken behind him. So effectively, Mate Kobahidze is piggy in the middle. He's like the meat in an OTK sandwich at the moment, is the young Georgian. But it could be even closer as we come out of the final corner onto lap number 9. It's 0.369 of a second. Fastest lap last time round, Thijs van Wijk. Max Swiderski drops to 9th in the meantime. The quickest driver out of this top 3, Van der Weyken in 3rd. Kobahidze defended. Maximov nearly opened the door again at turn 5. And we've also had a 5-second time penalty go the way of Max Swiderski, who looks to have been deemed to have been pushing. So Max Swiderski, that is going to drop him right down the order. We are not that far away from getting the checkered flag. So at the moment, Max Swiderski 4.750 seconds behind the race leader. Could be last. Here comes Van der Weyken up the inside, through into turn 2 on Kobahidze. And Kobahidze did the right thing there, I think, just to sort of hold back, wait, and not fight it too much. You've got to have consistency in these heats. You've also got to make sure that you've got sympathy for the vehicle that you're driving. And also sympathy for the poor beggar, your mechanic, who's going to have to fix it later on if you cause any damage to it. Timer has now officially expired. And this time around, we'll be going on to the final lap of this race. Lap 10 out of 11 completed, last lap underway, and Maximov has a lead of nearly half a second ahead of Van der Weyken. Mate Kobahidze rounds out the top 3. Jacob Ashcroft and Lars Lambers are embroiled in the battle for 4th place. They were covered by about 0.3 of a second after 10 laps of racing, but it is going to be a case that one driver held his nerve. One driver has made up a significant amount of positions. Out of the final corner, checkered flag is waved and is seen first by Boris Maximov, who wins after 11 laps of racing. Junior Heat 1 by just under 0.2 of a second. Bran van der Weyken in second. Mate Kobahidze held on to second place as long as he could. Well done to the young Georgian. Jacob Ashcroft finished 4th, ahead of Lars Lambers. Cameron Nelson up 3 places from the start to finish 6th. Thijs van Wijk 7th. Max Swiderski does finish on the road in 8th, but will be demoted after a 5-second time penalty down to, I would say, 14th. So that will then mean that Aaron Vida, Luca Van Leer and Jim Back will complete the top 10. Nicolas Michon will be promoted to 11th, ahead of Ariman Bansal from India, Lika Van Berkel. Then it will be Max Swiderski, followed by Vlad Tominchuk, and unfortunately Ollie Wise retiring on lap 2. Maximov, Van der Weyken and Kobahidze, your provisional top 3 for Junior Rotax Heat number 1. So, time for race 3. Heat 1 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here is your starting grid. Pole position taken before the lunch break by the Netherlands' very own number 405, Imke Arts. She'll be lined up alongside the man who currently leads not only the RMC Germany standings in DD2, but he's second in the BNL Karting Series. Nikita Genzer from Germany. They'll have behind them 2 rapid pedalers in their own right, both from SP Motorsport. Dylan LaHaye, a multi-time BNL Karting Series senior Rotax champion. This is his first foray into DD2 on a full campaign. And he'll be joined by Nicolas Guillaume. Fredrik Sebis Christensen, the current championship leader in the BNL Karting Series, starts down in 5th. He currently leads on 308 points, 3 ahead of Genzer. He'll be joined by Mats Johan Overhoff on row number 3. Mark Schubmann and Jordi Klebor round out row 4 with Maximilian Adolf and pole sitter in DD2 Masters. Very rare I get to say this. Michael Becker in the 504. Louis Koch and Luca Neuenhausen round out the penultimate row of the grid. And then you have Karl Klebor and Christophe Capitain rounding out the field themselves. Karl Klebor, well, he's currently leading the Masters, 6th overall in the points on 232, 9 ahead of Capitain. More to the point, well, Karl Klebor has been a multi-time BNL and BMC champion and has represented the Red Devils, Team Belgium, on a notable amount of occasions, including most recently Bahrain International Karting Circuit late last year for the 2023 Grand Finals. Plus also, he was there in Sarno the last time the Grand Finals went to visit in 2019. So the revs rise. LaHaye and Guillaume start from the pit lane as the lights are out and they get released. So Arts leading the field into turn number 2 for the opening tour. As off the circuit, I think that was a bit of a moment there for Christophe Capitain. He was side by side, wheel to wheel with Karl Klebor, and they made the slightest amount of wheel contacts. And, well, Capitain went hopping and skipping and jumping into the grass and the dust off of the exit of turn number 2. So the field makes its way through into Mutkurva. Imke Arts holding the lead for the moment. Heading Nikita Genzer. Well, Fredrik Sebis Christensen and Mats Johan Overhoff and Jordi Klebor, they've all made up places. As Mark Schubmann drops all the way down into 9th. Louis Koch up into 7th from 11th. And now the field makes its way through into turn number 5. So Imke Arts being kept very honest by the number 407 from Germany, running with DD2 Motorsport. Genzer's had a very, very good run of luck. Funny enough, well, we had Rotax Belgium and Rotax Germany here 2 weeks ago. Genzer really starting to want to pull the pin on that grenade. Well, he's trying to get the cross back on Imke Arts, and well, he manages to get through around the outside on the approach onto turn number 2. That was turn number 3. That was a great little move there by Nikita Genzer. So he takes the lead on lap number 3 here at turn 3. So Imke Arts demoted to 2nd, just ahead of Fredrik Sebis Christensen, the young Danish hotshot who really has done a Thomas van Dokkas and Maxime Shurko, Tom Bracken and also Enzo Vol, who have skipped juniors and gone straight into DD2. Mats Johan Overhoff and Maximilian Adolf, the latter who's made up 4 places. They round out the top 5 as it's getting a bit dicey going into turn 3 once again. Imke Arts is holding on to that 2nd place, keeping Fredrik Sebis Christensen at bay. So the 405 trying to keep that that chassis is back end, back axle, and back bumper as wide as humanly possible going through corners. And the good thing is, it is a battle for position, so Arts has the right to defend within the spec of the regulations when it comes to, you're allowed to stay on the racing line, and Arts is getting closed in on by Zebes Christensen once again. Dylan LaHaye and Nicolas Guillaume rounding out 12th and 13th at the moment. Christophe Kerpen all the way down at the bottom end of the order, and is probably the best part of 7.5 seconds behind our overall race leader, new leader as of lap number 3, Nikita Genza. Frederick Zebes Christensen trying to keep Imke Arts within his crosshairs. And see if he can put a number on, put a move on the 4:05. Moving to Shippers Racing this year. It was a privateer, ran on a Birrell, if I remember correctly, for a number of years, and had a chat with her earlier on this season at the, I think it was the Lansard at Chrono Karting, and she said it's been a real revelation. I've found so much more confidence, and sometimes a change can be as good as a rest, really, and she is not letting Genza out of her sights whatsoever. A little bit of side-by-side action a bit further back. That was Nicolas Guillaume. Possibly, I'm not too sure who it was on, but he managed to make the move stick. So Guillaume up to, I would imagine that's 11th place. It might not have been Dylan LaHaye, it might have been Luca Neuenhausen. But he might have just passed. Coming up towards half-time in this race. If you're watching from home, thank you so much for joining us here on our official YouTube channel. Please make sure you like, share and subscribe. And then also, let us know who you're supporting this weekend. It's a very, very important thing you've got to remember. Who are you rooting for? And in case of this race, are you thinking it's going to be Nikita Genza? Do you think it could be the person behind, the lady behind Imke Arts? Anything in motorsport is very much possible. So we continue onward on this journey. Kerpen. So the last time round, after 7 laps, Imke Arts was within 4.5 tenths of a second of Nikita Genza. There is a little bit of a catfight going on between Mats Johan Overhoff, Maximilian Adolf and Jordi Klebo. That's the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th place. So Dylan LaHaye and Nicolas Guillaume starting to work a little bit together. Well, actually, LaHaye has dropped Guillaume like a bad habit and gone, well, you're going to be a little bit further behind me than you might have liked. That is nearly the best part of half a second for the 491. But with the pace that she's carrying at the moment, Imke Arts, last time around was half a tenth quicker. She's up by a tenth in sector 2. Arts is closing in on Genza slowly but surely and goes quicker in sector number 3 in comparison with the young man in front. So just over the 3-minute mark remains. So at the moment, Nikita Genza leads DD2, leading DD2 Masters down in 8th. Here's Michael Becker. We've got around about 2.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And with these longer races, with bigger amount of people. It might get a bit crowded in some respects. So Dylan LaHaye now makes a move on Mark Schubmann for 9th place. So the 428 from SP Motorsport, slowly but surely making his moves up the order. That just goes to show that you might be at the front end of the field, but if there's someone trying to chase you down, trying to hunt you down and go, right, you're now going to get an overtake thrown your way, and they'll have to decide what's going to happen. Can't always read the body language on everybody when you're in the wheel of a car, but it's also, you can see how the driving style can be deconstructed in a few levels, such as steering wheel input, throttle input and brake input. However, just over 70 seconds remain on the timer. Genza, Arts, Zebes Christensen, Overhoff, and Jordi Kleber. Well, Mats-Johan Overhoff is starting to close on in to Fredrik Zebes Christensen. The gap between them last time round was 0.285 of a second. Dylan LaHaye now past Michael Becker, who still leads the DD2 Masters class. He's got a further 3 karts behind him. Nicolas Guillaume, Mark Schubmann and Luca Neuenhausen. They round out the top 12. We're covered by just under 10 seconds of racing. We'll go down to the penultimate lap very, very shortly. Games are out of the final corner. So is Imke Arts, so is Zebes Christensen, so is Overhoff. So two-way battles at the front end of the field. Then you add the Hornet's Nest that comes in behind it. But the timer has now officially hit 0. There's Zebes Christensen and Overhoff. Down to the wire here at Kerpen. That also depends on how you put your best foot forward. And two people who I know that have already done so. They're going to see the last lap board. So Nikita Genza goes on to the 15th and final lap. Head of Imke Arts, Fredrik Zebes Christensen, Mats-Johan Overhoff, Jordi Kleber, Louis Koch and Maximilian Adolf running at the top 7 ahead of Dylan LaHaye, Nicolas Guillaume and DD2 Masters poleman and now also race leader Michael Becker in the number 504, Mark Schubmann, Luca Neuenhausen, we've got Karl Kleber and Christophe Capitain, who unfortunately had that slight bit of contact that speared him off, and very lucky to keep it out of the barriers, but he is still running. Leaders now coming through the Schumacher S for the final time. So, how's about this for a good start to the weekend? Nikita Genza, a win in heat number 1 ahead of Imke Arts. Fredrik Zebes Christensen and Mats-Johan Overhoff round at the top 5 ahead of Jordi Kleber, Louis Koch, then we've got Maximilian Adolf, Nicolas Guillaume, who finishes ahead of Dylan LaHaye. Mark Schubmann was then across the line in 11th. Luca Neuenhausen, Karl Kleber and Christophe Capitain all made it to the checkered, covered by 13.3 seconds. Next up, very shortly, we'll be heading into our last heat number 1. This time, very shortly, it will be for seniors. So, senior heat number 1. This is going to be race 4 out of 12. Now, there was a lot of changes made post-qualifying in terms of the senior side of things. So, I'll manually give you the grid. So, the starting order will be as follows. Danny Shields took pole position, but this was based on a few other items that occurred. Mika van der Pavert starts second. Luca Cullen, Martin Gaskins, row 2. Archie Bustle, Vic Stevens, Ollie Yonkers, Jaden Teen, Macaulay Bishop, Devian Horst. That's your top 10. 20-strong grid rounded out by Sverre Ubben, Luca Brima, Ava Dodderstein, Giorgio Markenstein, Ralph van der Pavert, Lloyd Hare, Zach Heslop, Lawrence Harabos, Jort van Wyk and Sebastian Koch rounding out the 20-strong grid. So, the following drivers got 10 place grid penalties post-qualifying. Sebastian Koch, who was 10th, got a 10-place grid penalty. Jort van Wyk also got the same. Along with that was Lawrence Harabos and Ralph van der Pavert. They got hit the hardest of anybody. 10 place grid penalties for that quartet. Then 6 drivers also had a 5-place grid drop due to their actions out on circuit. So Sverre Ubben was one of them. Along with that was the 327, Vic Stevens, who was on provisional pole. The 316 of Ollie Yonkers, Jaden Teen, and Devian Horst. I think the other one might have been, well, it was 3-4, I think it might have been 3-4-1, not 100% sure, but that person, that was Lloyd Hare, who also, I think, might have gotten a 5-place grid penalty. However, 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Let's see how this one pans out, because the red lights are on the starting gantry here for heat number 1. Race 4 out of 12 here today. Revs rise. And the lights have gone out. So down into turn number 1. Danny Shields holds his line through turn number 2. And someone speared off and has gone backwards into the barriers off of turn number 2. At a big rate of speed, and someone else has just stopped coming out of turn number 3. Big incident out of turn 2. Caught the tail end of it, and it was a very big high velocity incident that was caused. So 9 1/4 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. Danny Shields leads, Archie Buttle second. Now, I'm not too sure. It might have been Jort van Wyk that ended up, and they have got yellow flags, so no overtaking permitted. And Jort van Wyk and Ralph van der Pavert might have been the two involved. Not sure who went backwards into the barriers. I've got a feeling it might have been possibly, well, it's difficult to say. They were out on the opening lap. But at the front end of the field, well, Danny Shields, family and himself, well, of British origin, but now based in the UAE. Archie Buttle holding off Luca Cullen. Vic Stevens in 4th. Buttle's now going to be, he's at the mercy of everyone up the inside of him. Buttle nearly with 2 wheels on the grass, but he's going to hold his nerve. Try and go side by side, and that is, well, I've also seen here that Macaulay Bishop and Ava Dodderstein might not have taken to the track. I'm not 100% sure. Well, I will keep my eyes on my screen at the minute. So, someone's just come across the line. I think that was Jort van Wyk, a 2-minute.04 lap time. But Shields, he's been with KR Sport since I first met him. Archie Buttle now down to 4th place. Jaden Teen now running 5th, as we've got the contretemps between the 392 of Luca Cullen and 327 of Vic Stevens. Looks like Stevens has got through. Archie Buttle is at the mercy of everybody, including Jaden Teen. So Ava Doddestein, a non-starter. Might have been Macaulay Bishop possibly that had that backwards moving into the barriers. I'll try and see if I can find anything else in the meantime. However, 7 minutes to go, so 3 completed. Danny Shields is now 1 second ahead of Vic Stevens. Vic Stevens has been, let's be completely honest, trying to reel him back in with his fishing rod, but not quite being successful at the same time. It looks like it might have been Ralph van der Pavet that had that moment. So big drama in at turn number 2. Not just for one competitor, also another. 6 minutes and 20 seconds plus an additional lap in what was a very dramatic opening chapter of this heat. Danny Shields now leads by 0.7 of a second. Ahead of Vic Stevens. Jaden Teen now up 5 places from 8th on the grid. He's now running 3rd and is 1.1 seconds behind Shields. There's still 5 minutes and 50 plus an additional lap still to go. Jort van Wyk has opted to park the number 323 after 3 laps, meaning that we are down to 16 runners and riders in this opening heat for senior Rotax. Jaden Teen, I just spotted, has got his laser sight targeting on Vic Stevens and is trying to close him down. The gap was quite a considerable amount. It is still a considerable amount when you look at how big the margins can be in karting. Jaden Teen now nearly 9/10 of a second behind race leader Danny Shields. Archie Buttle, in the meantime, has dropped all the way down to 12th place. Giorgio Markenstein, the last of classified runners and riders, is 15th. There's Devian Rost running in a new set of colours. Well, we're sitting in the Kartstall Benelux colours. Looks to be more the case that the Falcon chassis, which is also being raced by Adam Leader this weekend in the junior class. But Danny Shields not out of the woods yet, and Vic Stevens up the inside. Through at turn number 3. Vic Stevens gets through for the race lead on Danny Shields. It was not a case of if, it was a case of when a certain driver from Bouvan Power in the 327 would pull the trigger and then say to Danny Shields, okay, I'm going to get past you, and then it's a case of you eating my dust. See you later. So there is another move. And Danny Shields has lost out to Jaden Teen, the 359. And there's a big old freight train from 9th downwards. Martin Gaskin, Sebastian Koch, Lloyd Hare, Lawrence Herrose, Michael Bremer, Archie Russell, Line. The laps continue to count down, as does the timer. 2 minutes and 50 seconds plus an additional lap. Fastest out of the top 3 overall so far is the man in second, Jaden Teen. He also holds the fastest lap of the race, 45.267 seconds. I don't know how much closer the gap's going to be, because Jaden Teen again is just like Ralph van der Pavet. Jaden Teen up the inside. That's a good move. He's just got through for the race leaders, Jaden Teen. 3:59 from originally from Suster in the Netherlands. He's now ahead of Vic Stevens. So Jaden Teen, that is 9 places. Well, it's 9th on the grid. He's now up 7 places to 8th on the grid to P1 on the road. But with 1 minute and 35 still to go, there's this plus 2 more laps. The Stevens swarms all over the back bumper of Jaden Teen going into turn number 2. Looks to the outside, thought better of it, slotted the cart back in behind. And now that's allowed Danny Shields to close on in on the 2 in front. Let's not forget that for some of this race, Vic Stevens was actually leading it, and sometimes a little bit more comfortable, depending on your point of view. Of course, whether you feel comfortable, you're behind the wheel of a sim rig, and you're in your own cocoon. Going down to around about the final 50 seconds. And, well, what's more, Jaden Teen has been repassed by Vic Stevens in the 3:27. Or up and down, battles up and down the order. But Jaden Teen now looking for his last opportunity to get through. They're going to be very, very close on time, but with 4 seconds to go, now it's time for the penultimate lap. Drivers come through turn number 3, into the left at 4, then into the right at 4, the left at 5. Next time round, while the timer has expired, we have 1 more lap to go, and it is a dogfight at the front end of it. Vic Stevens in the lead, Jaden Teen is second, swarming all over the back of the number 127 as they go at over 100 kph into turn number 2, tries to get the crossover. But with 15 drivers due to finish this 15-lap race very shortly, what is going to happen here? We've got Stevens versus Teen in the front end of the field. Well, Jaden decides to send it through that final corner. He's got to be careful though. It's going to be the checkered flag. Vic Stevens takes the provisional win by 72 thousandths of a second. Jaden Teen both making up 5 and 6 places respectively. Danny Shields in 3rd, having started from pole position ahead of Ollie Jonkers. Devin Horst, Luca Kuhlen, Sverre Uben, Mika van der Paver, Sebastian Koch and Martin Geiskens. Archie Bussell, Luca Prima, Lloyd Hare and Giorgio Markenstein were the last of the classified finishers. Lawrence Herbell's out with the penultimate lap underway. Zach Heslop, lap 6. Jort van Wijk, lap 3. With Ralph van der Paver and Macaulay Bishop possibly off circuit in that incident earlier on. And then finally, that'll be it. Ava Dorrestein, a non-starter. But Vic Stevens takes the opening win here in seniors for Heat Stay for BNL Karting Series round number 3. Now we go on to the second set of heats, and we go back to Mini Max and Mini Rookie. Here is your starting order. AJ Bergeraff will start once again from pole position with Arthur Farrow alongside him. Heat 1 winner earlier on today. Jensen Chalk will start from the inside of the second row. Michael Zajek from Poland alongside for close company. Row 3, Jack Freeman, who was third in the previous heat, joining Jeff Verbeek on row number 3 in the 126. Vic van Kampenhout finishing, well, Vic van Kampenhout in the 147 will be joined by Theo Steindal on row number 4. Jesse Moonen and Max Jolly. Jente Moonen and Max Jolly will be on row number 5. Ryan Rampadath, Leon Herbos, Maria Roberto, Tav van Iskenen, Albert Farrow, Tristan Abeels, Vince van der Hollen, Pauline Van Preet, Jesse Moonen, Dayan Habits. They ran at the top 20 and completing the 26-strong grid. Klaus Hans, Liam Hauger, Plamen Georgiev, Matthias Verreken, Victor Reutz, and Jacques Depré. So, Theo Steindal, one of 2 drivers, along with the 126 of Jeff Verbeek. Got a 3-second time penalty for braking formation with 2 wheels outside of the tram lines. And the 114 of Max Jolly got a 5-second time penalty for pushing in the opening heat of the weekend. Here come the drivers through Mudkurva. Temperature now 30 degrees centigrade outside, air ambient. So the drivers will now make their way out of the Schumacher S into the tram lines. The revs rise. Lights are out. We're underway. And it's a run down to the very hard braking zone here into turn 2. And once again, Freeman's just made an absolutely brilliant start. Who celebrated his 10th birthday earlier on today, but there is a driver off outside of turn 2. Did see driver's race helmet sticking up out of the local greenery, or the local scenery, whichever way you want to put it. So someone has not made it through. Could we see a repeat of what we did last time out? Yes. This time, Jensen Chalk leaves it a little bit later. Meantime, Michael Zajek's got through on Jack Freeman for 3rd place. The Polish driver nearly goes a bit leery going through into turn number 3. As I think maybe Vic van Kampenhout might have just gotten past through on Jeff Verbeek. That would have been for 6th position. So it's Dayan Habits. Unfortunately, it has dropped out of the running. AJ Bergeraff and Jensen Chalk still that log ahead. Chalk looks to dive up the inside through at turn number 2 and makes the move stick again. Michael Zajek now with them, along with quite a few other drivers, I must admit. Really, this is just how close it can get. There are moves actually being, I'm wondering, was there a move carried out? It might have been towards the bottom part of the top 10. Matthias Verreken crosses the line quite a way back from Jack Depré in the number 105. The distance between them is around about 24.8, sorry, 34.8, 24.8, maybe 25 seconds. And with Jensen Chalk now, well, hasn't yet settled the battle out in front. He's leading, Bergeraff is 2nd, and we've had drama for Maria Roberto and Leon Herbos in the meantime. Well, their transponder hasn't crossed the start-finish line. So it looks like Roberto and Leon Herbos will be out of this race, I'm afraid. So with the battle at the top three really starting to heat up. As, right, Marshall is running to, that's off of turn number 5 we've just seen. And it was just in front of Jensen Chalk. So I'm wondering whether, I don't want to be any bearer of bad news at all. It's a real shame if someone has gone off there, that is really going to hurt their weekend. It could be the fact that Maria Roberto and Leon Herbos didn't make it through the final section of the circuit itself. Jensen Chalk being really hustled along once again. AJ Bergedorf right on his case. Vince van der Halen now up 9 places past Theo Steindal, and hopefully he doesn't drop it like he did earlier on this morning. For his sake, because he will not give up. He'll never give in. He'll always keep on charging right up until the checkered. That you can bet right up until your last dime or nickel if you are an American currency user. So coming up to the final 2 minutes of this race. Gap between the top two was just around about a 10.15. As up the inside goes Berggraf. Is he going to make it through at turn 3? No, he's not. Could this open the door for Mikkel Zayak? They are literally inseparable, this trio. Berggraf dies to the inside at turn number 5. Mikkel Zayak follows in his wheel tracks, and Zayak can't get through for the love of trying. Just under a minute and a half to go, and this pace has been absolutely frighteningly relenting for these drivers. Nevertheless, I can admire and respect what sacrifices they have had to make as children in order to come and be a part of this paddock. Jensen Chalk with this is going to be too close to call, I tell you. Too close to call, but if we're running on a 5:44.8, then that would be a little bit quicker than the previous one. So AJ Berggraf looking to make it one apiece between himself and Jensen Chalk out of the final corner. 2 more laps to go. And Chalk dives up the inside. Does that give Mikkel Zayak an opportunity? Not quite, but close enough. Berggraf going a little bit sideways on the approach onto but with the timer now expired this time around, it is going to be the last lap very shortly. Leaders coming through Mudcurva into the Schumacher S. Just over 1,100 metres remain in this particular race. And Jensen Chalk leads the way, leading mini rookie Theo Steindal at the moment, but there have been some penalties issued. Number 42, 3-second time penalty, leaving the corridor with 2 wheels. That is Albert Farrow. Also 2 other penalties. Liam Hauger in the 127, plus Matthias Verreken the 154. They both have a 5-second time penalty for leaving the corridor with more than 3 wheels. We're coming to the end of this race and to the checkered. And out of the final corner, it's going to be 2 for 2. Jensen Chalk continues his run of form here in the BNL Karting Series. That was a well-deserved win for the young man. He finishes ahead of AJ Bergeraff. Then we also have, after that, Michael Zayak, Vic Van Kampen out, Jeff Odebrecht, Jack Freeman finished 6th in that epic adventure for the mini rookies. Vince van der Hullen, Jens Moonen and Theo Steindal round out the top 9. Max Jolly in the 114 rounds out the top 10 overall. Then we have Albert Farrow, Ryan Rampadadath, Jesse Moonen and Tristan Beals. They round out the 5 mini rookie competitors that we have this round. That's the top 14. Pauline Van Pleet, Tafin Niskanen, Klaus Hans, Victor Reutz, Liam Hauger, Plamen Georgiev, Jack Dupre. Then we've got also Arthur Farrow and Matthias Verdek, and the last of the classified finishers. On lap 2, we lost both Maria Roberto and Leon Hobos. Very early in the race, we lost DN Habits in the 1-3-1 from Belgium. So that's it. Chalk, Bergeraff and Zayak, your provisional top 3 for Mini Race 5, Heat 2 of the meeting. Let's take you through the grid for race 6. We're at the halfway point of the races here this weekend on Saturday. It's Heat 2, Junior Road Tax. Boaz Maximov starts once again from pole position. Jacob Ashcroft lining up alongside him on the front row in the 222. Then it's the 291 of Georgia's Mate Kobahidze, with Jim back from the Netherlands in the 221 lining up alongside on row number 2. Row 3, it's Belgium's Lars Lambers in the 242 with the Netherlands Alan Vida in the number 286. Row 4, Bram van der Beek in the 290 from Belgium will be joined by Luca van Leer from the Netherlands, running the number 284. Completing the top 10 from the United Kingdom, it's the 241 of Cameron Nelson with Ariman Bansal from India in the number 248. Lieke van Berkel in the 285, Thijs van Wijk in the 246, Vlad Tominchuk in the 224 with the 272 of Nicolas Machon, the 297 of Max Swiderski, and the 256 of Ollie Wise, rounding out the grid. 16 drivers in all. Also, post heat number 1, 2 5-second time penalties handed out post race. Thijs van Wijk, a 5-second time penalty for an out of position front bumper, and Max Swiderski, a 5-second time penalty for pushing. Time now 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 43% humidity, 19 km/h northerly wind, and more to the point, 30 degrees Celsius. Weather set to hit a possible 31 degrees a little bit later on. So it is a very, very arduous task for all our drivers here at the circuit. With the red lights are on the gantry, ahead of 7 minutes plus an additional lap. Revs rise, lights are out. Here we go. And straight away, Kobahidze getting the launch ahead of Ashcroft. I think initially as they head into turns 1 and 2, but they're side by side of the 2 DHR carts. There's been a big old kick up of dust. We've had a big rollover and the driver's already been put. We've had a roll at turn number 3. Driver's been flipped over upside down and landed feet first on the ground. 3 carts were involved in that. So the drivers are going to have to be very, very, very careful. The yellow flags are waving. So, right, I'm just waiting. Vlad Tominchuk, Max Swiderski and Nicolas Machon might have been the 3 drivers involved. There is a GK, that's Nicolas Machon. That's Nicolas Machon walking away from the incident in question. So, at that point on the circuit, the drivers cannot overtake. So, at the moment, it's Boaz Maximov, Mate Kobahidze, Lars Lambers, and the marshals having to get that cart off of the racing circuit at turn number 3. So 5.5 minutes to go. So down to 13 juniors we go. So after turn 3, lap 1, Swiderski, Machon, Tominchuk, all out. So they've just got to slow down a little bit going through that turn 3. And also no overtaking permitted, otherwise that's going to be straight away investigated. Jacob Ashcroft is the fastest one out there at the moment, a 46.233. Well, the young man based out of Weston-super-Mare. Maximov holding off Kobahidze to the point where it's just over 2.5 tenths of a second. Lars Lambers up 2 places now to P3. He's got Jacob Ashcroft very much closing up on him, and Ashcroft went to look to the inside through into turn number 5, down the hill through 6, now into the left-hander here at 7 before the right at 8. Oh, and Kobahidze has just made a big up. Now, Mate Kobahidze lost a bit of time there, went deep into the final double left as Ashcroft fires it up the inside with ruthless, controlled aggression on Lars Lambers through at turn 2 to take second position away. That was a great move there by Jacob Ashcroft. Just saw the gap, went for the move, complete commitment, and got the job done. So now it's going to be interesting to see what will happen over the next 3¼ minutes as the drivers continue to make their way around this fantastic, old school, close quarter circuit here at Kerpen. And in the meantime, well, that's a move from Lars Lambers on Adam Vida. Vida got through for third place, and Lambers defending into turn number 5. The drivers really are, you know what, a lot of the drivers love this circuit. It really does provide great challenging and close quarter side-by-side racing. And here is very much the point. You've got a school where, you know, some of the big greats in modern day motorsports over the past couple of decades have really cut their teeth here and been able to have that opportunity. Jacob Ashcroft, however, now was that the change for the race lead? Yes, it was. Ashcroft through on Maximov on lap 7 at turn 2. An absolutely beautiful move by the young man. Just poetry in motion. I've known Jacob and his mum and dad for a very, very long time. Louise and Barry, absolutely wonderful family. Very, very passionate. And Jacob's just like, yeah, I'll just get on with it. Barry's very, very much, he's got his heart invested in what his son does. But things are really, you see the top 5. If you look on the top left of your screens, folks, a second covers the top 5. In that, Jacob Ashcroft, Boris Maximov, Lars Lambers, Adam Vida, and Cameron Nelson. Mate Kobahidze is not too far away from that earlier, despite his mistake going through into the final left-hander. So we have got 6 drivers in the mix for this with under a minute to go. Through the Michael Schumacher S, into the left-hander. Right, call that. 3 laps to go. Lap 8 completed, and Ashcroft is keeping everyone at bay. Maximov is just waiting for the opportunity to get through. Lambers is waiting to pick up the scraps. Vida showing really good pace on the Falcon chassis. But there has there been a change? I'm wondering if there has been, because Mate Kobahidze was very, very close to the back bumper of Cameron Nelson. No, he's not. Kobahidze, I thought might have been, but then Cameron Nelson is the cork in the bottle in the battle for 5th. Oh, Kobahidze sideways out of Mutkerver, and he loses a handful of positions again, does the Georgian. 2 laps remain, and it's all game on. And look at the battle behind 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. 5th has become a bit of a free-for-all at the moment. And some drivers getting a little bit of the old elbows out. I think Mate Kobahidze trying to do so going through into turn number 5. But Ashcroft now will have probably about 1,300 metres still to go. And he's got Maximov trying to chase him down. Out of the final corner, last lap underway here in Junior Heat 2. And we've got a blinder of a race on our hands. Here comes Maximov. Oh, we look to the inside of Ashcroft. Going into turn 2, Ashcroft firmly shut the door back in his general direction and said, "Thou shalt not pass." Great work there by both drivers. But Adam Vida looking for a top 3 finish. Cameron Nelson holding on with fingertips on string at the minute. But Adam Vida, well, the team that he's with have brought this Falcon kart that I've seen competing in other championships, and it looks to be a very, very good decision. He was running on CRG machinery up until quite recently. But out of the final corner, Ashcroft takes Heat 2 after a wonderful, wonderful exchange. Who's going to take 5th? Oh, Cameron Nelson held on. Thijs van Wijk made up 6 places to finish 6th, but Jacob Ashcroft wins Heat 2 in juniors ahead of Boris Maximov, Lars Lambers, Adam Vida, Cameron Nelson. The cork in the bottle of the train for P5 holds on after gaining 4 places. Thijs van Wijk, Mate Gobahidze, Ariman Bansal from India, Luca van Leer and Bran van der Weken ran at the top 10. Lieke van Berkel, Jim Buck and Ollie Wise ran at the top of the 13 finishers. Of course, very, very dramatic incident on lap 1, turn 3, involving Vlad Tomanchuk, Max Sidersky and Nicolas Machon. Whoever landed on their feet after being flipped out of the car, I'm glad they're okay. But Ashcroft, Maximov and Lambers, your provisional top 3 in junior Heat 2 here at Kerpen. let's get you through the grid for Heat 2 for DD2 and DD2 Masters, race 7 of the meeting. Imke Arts once again starts from pole position ahead of Nikita Genza with Dylan Lahaye and Nicolas Guillaume. They look to be taking their customary places on row number 2. They did start, however, from the dummy grid for race 1 a little bit earlier. They'll be ahead of current championship leader Frederik Zebes Christensen and Mats Johan Overhoff. Mark Schupman and Jori Klebo round out row number 4 and completing the top 10, Maximilian Adolf and Michael Becker. Louis Koch and Luca Neuenhausen ran at the penultimate row of the grid, and bringing up the rear of the field, Carl Klebo and Christophe Capita. 10 minutes plus an additional lap of this just over 1,100 metre circuit here at the Eflandring in Kerpen. A big thank you to everyone behind the scenes in order to help with regards to the incident that we saw in the Junior Rotax second heat just a few moments ago. Big thank you to them. Also, a few shout-outs on the chat. Well, we did say, let us know who you're cheering for this weekend. A very good afternoon to Emerson McAndrew-Uren, one of Jacob Ashcroft's good friends, and also a fellow teammate at Dan Holland Racing. Well, Emerson, I've been keeping an eye on your progress. Well done so far this year, young man, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show here at Kerpen for round 3 of BNL 2024. After this, we will have 5 more races to go, and then we'll be done for the day, and then we'll find out who will be our ranking after heats leaders heading into tomorrow's Super Heats from 10:30 tomorrow morning, local time here in Western Germany. Up the ante and also the duration, but the mind games as always happen in these two classes. DD2, the Halo class of Rotax, and it was a technology that a lot of people thought, well, it's not going to work. Rotax went and did it themselves and proved everyone wrong. Here we go, revs rise, lights are out, and it's going to be a little bit of a drag race here. Oh, Lahaye dives up the inside of his teammates, Guillaume into turn 1. And, well, elbows out already through the opening couple of corners. Overhoff versus Guillaume and Lahaye. Arts up front, followed by Genza, Guillaume 3rd. 4th, Overhoff, who's 5th, I wonder. And einen wunderschönen guten Nachmittag, Andreas Krenz. Greetings from 42 competition. Good to hear from you, Andreas, and been wonderful to commentate on some of the drivers in your stable, such as Maximilian Kiel, Kimi Mai, to name but a few. So, let's see, who is currently in 5th place? Well, Louis Koch has just had an absolute rocket ship start. He's up 6 places from 11th on the grid as Nikita Genza goes back into battle with Imke Arts. And here comes Nicolas Guillaume. And he's dived through at turn 4, threaded the eye of the needle, the 491 from Belgium for SP Motorsport. Just said to Nikita Genza, well, if you're not going to go for it, I will. And probably obliged. Brilliant stuff. Now Genza trying to fight back at Guillaume through the mud cover. Now into the Michael Schumacher, which you literally are straight lining, but you are using so much curve on the right-hand side. Genza now trying to squeeze his way through past Guillaume, and Guillaume says no, but he decides possibly to look at a move up the inside of Imke Arts into turn 2. However, he has to use discretion as the better part of valor on that particular occasion. The entire field, after the opening 2 laps, covered by just under 3 seconds. That is from Imke Arts to Luca Neuenhausen, who's dropped 2 places. There you see, in one shot, you just saw pretty much the entirety of the 14 kart field we have. 11 DD2s and 3 DD2 Masters. Arts, however, has managed to get away because Genza's got through on Guillaume. Now the gap is 1.3 seconds. This gives the opportunity to Imke Arts from the Netherlands. Oh, we've had a big old off. Someone's definitely gone grass tracking out of turn number 2. So this just goes to show how quickly you can make the slightest mistake and then it all goes horribly wrong coming out of one corner. That turn 2 can be pretty hairy around the outside. Right, 3-second time penalty. It's going to go to Yuri Klebor, the 440. I am waiting for any timing matters that come up on the digital flag to dictate what that might have been. That could be a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram lines, thereby breaking formation at the start. But MK Arts has a lead of 1.36 seconds. Mats Johanovov now gunning after Nicolas Guillaume. That's the battle for P3. Louis Koch ahead of Dylan LaHaye. And LaHaye, oh, he's up to his old tricks, is Dylan. He's trying to go around the outside of the mud cover. That's not going to work there. That's not going to work there. And that put him right into the path of Fredrik Sebis Christensen. LaHaye just tried to go towards the inside, then went to try and go around the outside. He lost all that momentum. And then everyone else behind him has just gone, yep, right, okay, let's gang up on him. However, MK Arts is still holding on to a comfortable lead. Genza second, Guillaume third, Overhoff fourth. Koch, LaHaye, Sebis Christensen, Adolf Schupman, Michael Becker is leading the DD2 Masters class and is running 10th. Yuri Klebor is going to, well, the thing is now the field is spread to the point where it's first to last, 6.3 seconds, give or take. So Yuri Klebor will be last, effectively, de facto last on the road. Nikita Genza just puts in the new fastest lap of the race, so 44.890. He's got the gap down to just over 1.25 seconds as the 407 from Germany. Meantime, Dylan LaHaye has got past Louis Koch. He's got a bit of a big old indent on the centre of the bumper on the 408. He's just ahead of Fredrik Sebis Christensen from RS Competition, the team run and operated by Robert Schlunzen, and who still, well, is part of the family that runs, including his mother Gitta, Voyens Motorsport Arena in Voyens, an hour outside of Billund International Airport, not too far from the home of Lego. 4.5 minutes still to go. In terms of pace, oh, well, new fastest lap has just come through, and hold the phone, it's the lady leading out front, MK Arts, as Louis Koch again defends from Fredrik Sebis Christensen. The German gets a little bit of a tag from behind. That was more than just a love tap. But Christensen's got to be careful with that front bumper if the clips are in. And we have got a mechanical black flag. Oh no, I can't believe it. Is it the 408? Or is it the, I think it might be the 488. So it looks to me, if that's 488, that's Luca Neuenhausen. If that's 408, so we have got a mechanical black flag being shown to one of the drivers who's going to have to pull that thing into the pit lane. So 3.25 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap, and MK Arts still leads. Her lead now, 1.455 seconds. Ahead of Nikita Genza, Nicolas Guillaume, Mats Johanovov, Dylan LaHaye, and Fredrik Sebis Christensen. So our leader, Inka Arts, she makes her way through the Schumacher S and continues to lead after lap number 10. Great work by Imke. She made the move to Shepherd's Racing late for this year and really came out of the blocks with a bang, especially at the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship. Their championship will be returning, I think it's the middle weekend of September, and they'll be returning to Circuit de Lansard. There has been a little bit of a summer break for our friends over in the Netherlands. So, yeah, it was the 408 of Louis Koch that has pulled it in on pretty much the slight tail end of lap number 11. So with a minute to go, well, there's Luca Neuenhausen ahead of Christophe Capitan. Michael Becker is 6 and a bit tenths ahead of Carl Clervaux, and that is the battle for the lead in DD2 Masters. So, man simply known as De Backer, Carl Clervaux, who runs more than just one bakery. He's got a nigh on fleet of them, if I remember correctly. But they do make some fantastic cakes and baked goods. We're coming down to the final few seconds of this race, 25 seconds thereof, and MK Arts is on course to make it a very, very clean race. Not really put a foot wrong, and whilst the iron was hot, managed to get things done and dusted. So we are nearing the time ending. 3, 2, 1. That's it. We're on the penultimate lap of this race. So Frederick Zevis Christensen battling away with Maximilian Adolphe in the number 424. But MK Arts goes on to the final lap of heat number 2 out of 3. And it's just under 1.4 seconds ahead of Nikita Genza. Nicolas Guillaume, Mats Johan Overhoff, Dylan LaHaye. They ran out the top 5 ahead of Frederick Zevis Christensen, Maximilian Adolphe, Mark Schupmann, Yori Clervaux, Michael Becker leading in DD2 Masters. And, well, the funny thing is Michael Becker is not too far from Yori Clervaux. He's behind Becker, Carl Clervaux, Luca Neuenhausen, Christophe Capitan rounding out the top 13. Looks like Louis Koch has managed to get back out again. I'm not still seeing his on the timing, but MK Arts wins convincingly in that race. MK Arts wins by 1.657 seconds after 15 laps in that second heat, and well, Maximilian Adolphe has been dropped down to 10th after the time penalty that was given. So MK Arts takes the win after 15 laps. That's DD2 and DD2 Masters, race 7 of the meeting, heat 2 for these particular classes of drivers. So Arts wins after 15 laps ahead of Genza. Guillaume rounds out the top 3 with Mats Johan Overhoff 4th, Dylan LaHaye 5th, 6th, the current points leader Frederick Zevis Christensen, Mark Schupmann, Yori Clervaux, Michael Becker takes the win in DD2 Masters ahead of Maximilian Adolphe, Carl Clervaux, Luca Neuenhausen, and Christophe Capitan, who rounds out the top 3 in Masters, and Louis Koch rounding out the ending order of that race. So, Arts and Becker, your provisional winners for Heat 2 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. It's race 8, heat 2 for senior Rotax. Let's take you through the starting grid. Danny Shields starts from pole position in the 310. He'll be joined by Mika van der Parvet on the front row. Luca Goulen and also Martin Gaiskens will be on row 2. Archie Buttle and Vic Stevens, row number 3. Ollie Yonkers and Jaden Teen, row 4, ahead of Macaulay Bishop and Devin Hurst, who round out the top 10. Sverre Ubben and Luca Prima round out row 6. Ava Dorstein this time will start the race. Didn't start in race 1. She'll be joined by Giorgio Markenstein on row number 7. Ralph van der Pavet, Lloyd Hare, Zach Heslop, Lawrence Herboz, Jot van Wijk and Sebastian Koch round out the 20-strong grid. 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Temperature has just reached 31 degrees Celsius. You might want to get your factor 30 at least on, or maybe your factor 50, depending on how your skin condition is here in Kerpen at the moment. Brilliant sunshine, not a cloud in the sky. But with Heat 1 seeing Vic Stevens take the win, out of Jaden Teen, Danny Shields rounded out the top 3. Luca Goulen, unfortunately, was disqualified post-Heat 1 due to a technical non-compliance. We're revved up and ready to do it all again here for for Heat 2, for Heat Day here on round 3 of BNL Karting Series 2024. Red lights on the gantry, revs rise, lights go out straight away, and it's a good start from the pole sitter. Luca Cullen slots in behind Danny Shields as they head into turn 2, and Cullen bumps over the curbing. Shields went a little bit wide. Oh, and he's kicked up the dust, and he's dropped big time down the order, has Danny Shields. I think he's made a bit of a pick. Well, I think the thing is, Luca Cullen centered up the inside. Now, is Danny Shields actually down further? I thought it might have been him that went off the circuit. It was definitely a KR Sport Kart, so might have been the case that Archie Buttle got up into P2. Oh dear, don't go try and go doing that into Mutkova, please. Too wide into Mutkova. Doesn't always work out. But out of the final corner, it's going to be looking cool in the lease away. Second, it is Archie Buttle. I thought as much. Macaulay Bishop now going for second. Behind him is Ollie Yonkers. Bishop up the inside of Buttle. Now dives to the inside. And then Yonkers tries to do the same to Bishop, going through into turn number 3. And it's really closed the field up. There's Mika van der Pavet, who's probably ran about 4th or 5th in that exchange. But Macaulay Bishop tried to go up the inside of Archie Buttle through the second half of corner 2. Buttle then tried to... Buttle kept his position, and then Yonkers thought, well, I maybe have a chance. Well, I think Ollie might have had 2 bits of hope there, slim or none, and slim definitely wasn't in the building. And Zach Heslop was, Giorgio Markenstein's dropped down the order. Bishop's now finding himself down in 9th, so maybe there might have been a little bit of a contretemps. Oh, one of the carts getting a bit squirrely going through turn 4. Looked to be Bishop. So Ollie Yonkers right on. Rear bumper. Sverre Ubben, if you've made... Oh, Sverre Ubben made a absolutely ridiculous move. I've not seen that one in a while. That was through it. That was before the approach onto the mud cover. Sverre Ubben just went for it. Jaden Teen's trying to make opportunities for himself at the moment, and he's currently sitting in 6th. So he's up 2 places. There's a change for second. Well, there was. Yes, there was. It changed, then it changed, and then it changed again. Sverre Ubben looking to dive up the inside of Archie Buttle for third place going through into turn 5. Buttle made sure that at least half the cart was on the racing line and did not give Sverre Ubben the opportunity to get through. Now, first to 18th, rounded out by Zach Heslop. Last time around after 3 laps, were covered by 5.2 seconds. Luca Cullen has now got a lead over Ollie Yonkers of the best part of nearly 1.8 seconds. Sverre Ubben. Oh, Vic Stevens nearly making it 3 wide. Oh, dearie me. That was a Falcon kart going up in the air, and that was Devian Ross, the 3.35 from the Netherlands. Oh, it was 3 wide in front of him. Bishop was in the midst of all of that. That looks a bit of a code brown, if I'm honest with you, for Devian Ross at that point. The back end was upwards and to the left. But very, very lucky was Devian Ross on that particular occasion. Looking cool at the moment. Well, has Ollie Yonkers pulled in that gap? Yes, he has. He's got it down to just over 1.5 seconds. Buttle is the bottle in the cork for the train. As that is Jaden Teen trying to go around the outside. Oh, he gets a little bit of a hip check from Vic Stevens, the 3.27. And Teen still made it through. Bishop trying to get his way round the likes of Mika van der Pavert. Well, the gloves are off, the handbags are out, and everyone is definitely on for a bit of a 2 and 8, a bit of an argy-bargy, if you will. Giorgio Markenstein is sitting by the sidelines, unfortunately. The number 326 from GKS out in sector 2 of lap 2. Here comes the freight train. Teen, Stevens. Are they going to get through on Buttle? Buttle gets squeezed wide, and he's sideways and off and kicking up the dust. That is such a place where we saw it earlier in the opening senior heat that someone was cannoned from one side to another. We still have 4 3/4 minutes of this race still to go, and I'm putting myself under no imagination whatsoever as to what might happen next. If you are watching, thank you so much for joining us. We are having some rip-roaring action here at Kerpen, and some of it has been absolutely flawless. But there goes Sverre Ubben up the inside of Mika van der Pavert. Oh, and there was contact with Macaulay Bishop. Oh, dearie, dearie me. I know threading the needle's fine, but trying to make a move for an opportunity that didn't really present itself. I could only see it from the camera angle that we have. Oh, right. One of the marshals has started motioning over to maybe a corner a little bit further back. And so has somebody had a bit of an off? Let's see. And it's getting a bit. Let's just say it's getting a bit hot and heated under the collar here. To be truthful with you, that there are some times when it is Martin Gaiskens and Devian Rost. Oh, they haven't come through sector number 2. That's probably why the marshals are there. So Luca Gullen leading by, well, all I can say is Davy Yonkers, your boy, is absolutely flying right about now. Olivier Yonkers is now closing. I'm going to say Olivier just for the sheer hell of it, Davy. Don't blame me later. But Olivier Yonkers up the inside. That is the race lead for the number 316 for Dams Racing. Ollie Yonkers, after lap, kept on pushing and now has got through on Luca Cullen for the race lead. Just kept the pace going, got the job done. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. There you go. Absolutely brilliant stuff. So Ollie Yonkers now has 2.5 minutes plus an additional lap to pull a gap on Luca Cullen. Jaden Teen rounds out the top 3. Vic Stevens, 4th, and also fastest lap holder so far. Macaulay Bishop is the new fastest kid on the block. He's just put in a 45.555. So, with 1 minute and 40 still to go, lap 8 we lost Martin Gaskins and Devin Host. Lap 2 we lost Giorgio Markenstein. We still have 17 runners and riders still competing. Ollie Yonkers now 3 and a bit tenths of a second out of Luca Cullen. The two are on your screens at the moment. Goldie Bishop, Mika van der Pavet, they round out the top 6th. Sverre Urban, Danny Shields, Archie Buttle, and Jort van Wijk round out the top 10. Van Wijk started, I can't believe I'm saying this, in the last positions of the top 10. So we are on the throes of this and maybe another couple of laps to go. So 32, 31, yep. So we're on lap number 13 out of 15. And Ollie Yonkers has pulled a lead of nearly, close to half a second. So this is going to come down to the wire. Is it? It's not going to be the last lap. They literally, it was nothing in it. Absolutely nothing in it. So now on lap number 14, Jort van Wijk has dropped. And there he is. All the Bouvin power kart stricken on the outside of turn 2. Jort van Wijk out of the race. I think there might have been contact between him and Lloyd Hare, the number 341. But our race leader, Ollie Yonkers, pulling a little bit of a nice little gap here. Jaden Teen now has got Luca Cullen in the crosshairs as we go on to the last lap. Mika van der Pavet has got Sverre Ubben right up his exhaust pipe. Into the lead, into the turn 2 hairpin goes Ollie Yonkers, Luca Cullen, Jaden Teen and Vic Stevens. Well, this could be a bit of a grandstand finish. Stevens swings it wide going into turn 5. But, well, what can you say about this young man? Recently celebrated his birthday. And what a way to kick back into gear in the second half of the season. Ollie Yonkers wins Heat 2 for Senior Rotax. We had elbows out, we had incidents, we had accidents, and we had some great close overtaking. Ollie Yonkers takes Heat 2 for Seniors, ahead of Luca Cullen, Jaden Teen rounding out the top 3 places in that one. Vic Stevens, Macaulay Bishop, Mika van der Pavet, Sverre Ubben, Danny Shields, Lawrence Herboz and Sebastian Koch round out the top 10. The latter making it up from the back of the grid to the mid part of the field. Vic Stevens, however, has just been penalised and has dropped down to 8th. So Yonkers from Cullen, from Teen, Bishop, van der Pavet, Mika van der Pavet, Sverre Ubben, Danny Shields, Vic Stevens, Lawrence Herboz. Then we got Sebastian Koch, Ralph van der Pavet, Archie Buttle, Luca Brima, Evert Dorrestein, and Zach Heslop rounding out the top the 15 finishers. Jort van Wijk and Lloyd Hare out on lap 12 and 11 respectively. Martin Gaiskens and Devian Voss lap 7. Giorgio Markenstein on lap number 2. Yonkers, Cullen and Teen, your provisional top 3 for race 8 of the meeting, Senior Rotax, heat number 2. We now go into the final stages of Heat Stay. It's race 9 of the meeting, Heat number 3 for Mini and Mini Rookie. AJ Bergeraff will start once again from pole position with Arthur Farrow alongside on the front row. Jensen Chalk and Michael Zayak will be on row number 3. Jack Freeman and Jeff Verbeek will be on row 2. Row 3, Jack Freeman and Jeff Verbeek. Vic van Kampenhout and Theo Steindal in Mini Rookie round out row 4 with Jent Vermeulen and Max Jolly completing the top 10. Next up, it is Ryan Rampadamath and Liam Herrose on row 6. Row 7, Miriam Roberto and Taffy Niskin as they go into their formation lap. Followed by Albert Farrow, Tristan Abeels, Vince van der Hollen, Pauline van Preetz, Jesse Moonen, Dejan Habits, Klaus Hans, Liam Hauger, Plamen Georgiev, Matthias Verreken, Victor Reutz, and Jack Depre rounding out the 26-strong grid. After this, just 3 more races to go. We'll have the final heats for juniors at 4:15. Well, around about 4:15, give or take local time. And then we'll have DD2 and DD2 Masters, followed by Senior Road Tax, concluding the day's action. Keep your eyes peeled to our social media at BNL Karting Series on Facebook and at BNL.Karting Series on Instagram for updates on the ranking after heats leaders once everything's been confirmed and ratified post-sessions. One more 7-minute plus an additional lap adventure for these young chargers. 26 of them, Mini and Mini Rookie. Out of the final corner, revs rise, lights are on, lights are not out. Full start. First one of the meeting. Well, there we go. So they've got to go round and do it all over again. So the drivers make their way at a crawl, at a snail's pace, to the Mutkurve, then to the Michael Schumacher S. So out of the final corner, revs rise. This time the lights are out. It's head down and pedal to the metal. Down into turn 2. Bergeraff holds on. Verbeek was towards the outside. So one went off the circuit going through out on the outskirts of turn number 2. It's not the first time that's happened all the way at all during the day. Field makes its way through down the hill into turns 7 and 8 through a very, very committed and twisty part of the circuit through the right-left chicane and then back up towards Mudkurve. AJ Bergeraff holds on to a slender race lead ahead of Jensen Chalk, who's up to 2nd. 3rd, it is Jack Freeman. 4th, it is Jeff Verbeek. Arthur Farrow's dropped all the way down to 10th in the meantime. And it's becoming a bit of a freight train at the front end of the field. Jack Freeman has lost 3rd to Jeff Verbeek through turn number 2, whilst having Michael Zayak right on his case. But in the meantime, well, there has been a change for the race lead. Jensen Chalk, no surprise, has made it through on AJ Bergdorf and has got the race lead as we are fast approaching the end of lap number 2, up through Mudcover, now into the Schumacher S, now powering out of the corner once again, trying to get the car as compliant as possible. Michael Zayek did briefly get through on Jack Freeman, but Freeman has now managed to stay ahead. Vic van Kampenhout is also there. He's the back of the top. He's at the back of the top 6, who were covered by just over a second. Some drivers trying to make up positions again. Arthur Farah now finds himself down in 11th position, having started on the outside of the front row. Victor Reutz now up into P19. Pauline van Preet from Belgium, she's dropped down to 25th. And with 4 minutes and 40 still to go, plus an additional lap. Well, we have seen it before where anything can happen, and invariably in karting it normally does. But Ryan Rampersdorff now ahead of Theo Steindal and takes the lead in the mini rookie classification. And that is that's 8th overall out on track. Top 4 starting, well, top 4, top 5 starting to break away a little bit. Chalk being kept very honest by Bergdorf. Zayak's got through on Freeman for 4th. And the youngster from Poland trying to close in on Jeff Verbeek, who's currently P3. But Jensen Chalk again, just trying to keep it. Oh dear, right. Well, Theo Steindal has dropped it, and there's another kart involved off of Mutkurva. Oh, and even race director Martin Linus had to get involved and get the car. Now, was that the what? Who was that? That was kart number possibly. Oh, that was Dejan Habits. Dejan Habits on the Lando Norris chassis. And what they've done, though, they've got dirt on the tyres. They've more than likely brought, yes, they have brought gravel onto the outside of Mutkurva, heading into the Schumacher S. So 3 minutes to go. And it has been the case that I've seen drivers go through Mutkurva. What can sometimes happen is the fact that one driver is going to get a bit overzealous. Well, Ryan Rampersdorff has just thrown away a mini rookie victory, unfortunately. And, well, that just goes to show how, well, Rampersdorff actually hasn't lost out. He's still currently showing as 8th at the minute. And has a few karts between himself and Albert. Well, it wasn't Ryan Rampersdorff, it was Theo Steindal that had an opportunity to go for a win. Rampersdorff's been pretty good in the fact he's running P8 at the moment. 3 places gained by the young Dutch driver from SP Motorsport. My apologies there if I didn't mean to mention Ryan Rampersdorff. I knew it was not him that had the incident up at Mutkurva. But still, Jensen Chalk being kept very, very honest by AJ Bergdorf, who has the fastest lap in his pocket. 3rd, Jeff Verbeek. 4th, Michael Zayek. 5th, Jack Freeman. Vic van Kampenhout. Max Jolly. Jente Munnen. Vince van der Hollen. And Ryan Rampersdorff, who leads the mini rookie class. Also, if I remember correctly, leads the mini rookie classification. Currently P12 at the moment. So we're going to have this and 2 more laps. So we're into lap number 8 as things stand. New fastest lap, no surprise though, by the race leader, Jensen Chalk, last time round, 48.779. He's got a lead of about just over 3/10 from AJ Bergeraff, but that gap could very well slow down to next to nothing in the next few moments. So 2 laps to go. Jensen Chalk, 48.752. As he had his Weetabix this morning, Mike. And I mean as in Mike Chalk, his dad. But it is coming down to the last couple of moments of heat stay for Mini and Mini Rookie. And Jensen Chalk is now going to see the last lap board. He's well clear of AJ Bergeraff. Jeff Baker's got Michael Zayak right on his rear coattails. Jack Freeman 5th. Ryan Rampadarath has dropped a couple of places or so. He's down to 14th position for being on the final lap. So the way things stand, it looks like everyone might be finishing this race, but there is going to be one driver that's going to hang his head up high heading into tonight. The way he's driven, well, Jensen Chalk is going to win the final heat and put everyone a little bit on notice. Current championship leader, that's his second, I think that's his second, or maybe it might be a clean sweep of victories, but Jensen Chalk wins after 10 laps by 6.5 of a second. Michael Zayak takes 3rd behind Bergeraff, with Bake and Freeman rounding out the top 5. Just waiting for a couple of other drivers. Well, DD Habits didn't make it to the checkered, I'm afraid. So 25 drivers made it to the checkered flag, with Jensen Chalk winning, AJ Bergeraff 2nd, Michael Zayak, Jeff Bake, Jack Freeman, Vic Van Kampenhout, Max Jolly, Arthur Farrow, Maria Roberto, and Leon Herboz rounding out the top 10. Victor Reutz, Mini Rookie winner for this particular round. Ryan Rampadarath, Tafa Niskanen, Albert Farrow, Jente Moonen, Tristan Abils, Jesse Moonen, Klaus Hans, Matthias Verreken, Liam Hauger, Pauline Van Preetz, Vince van der Hollen, Plamen Georgiev, Theo Steindal, and Jack Dupre rounding out the 25 finishers, with DD Habits retiring on the final lap. Chalk, Bergeraff and Zayak, your provisional top 3 for the final heat for round 3 for Mini and Mini Rookie. Well, we get underway with our last heat for juniors. Heat 3, it's race 10 of the meeting. Here's the starting grid. Vlad Tominchuk, no surprise after the incident in the previous heat, is not going to take part in this final one. Hope Vlad is all okay after what was a very dramatic incident through turn number 2. But here's the starting grid. Boris Maximov and Jacob Ashcroft once again line up on the front row alongside each other with Maximov on pole. Kubahidze and Buck on row 2. Lambers and Vida, row 3. Van der Weyken and Van Leer, row 4. Nelson and Banzal rounding out the top 10. With Lieke van Berkel, Thijs van Dijk, Nicolas Machon, Max Swiderski and Ollie Wise look to be rounding out the 15 strong out of 16 strong competitors in this category. Time will reset for another 7 minutes plus an additional lap here of this circuit at the Eflandring in Kerpen in Western Germany. So the drivers will very shortly be getting into formation and getting themselves ready. But it is going to be the case of who is going to take the win in this third and final heat. Jacob Ashcroft, absolutely stellar last time out. 2 fantastic overtakes, particularly the one he sent up the inside of Lars Lambers through into turn number 2. It's poetry in motion. As there you see the mini rookie field going into the weighbridge. On we go, and we are lights out. Oh, Jacob Ashcroft went straight over to the right-hand side of the circuit to cover off Lars Lambers. And it's getting a bit close for comfort. Is everyone going to make it through turn number 3? Looks to be the case. However, Boris Maximov has got an early advantage. Mate Kubahidze up to second. Third is Ashcroft. 4th, Lambers. Jim back down to 5th. Bran van der Weyken, Cameron Nelson and Lieke van Berkel. They round out the top 8. Adam Vida's lost 3 positions. Max Swiderski's up 2 from 15th. So the drivers now coming through to complete the opening lap. And what's the gap that Boris Maximov has got? It's, well, it is now over 7.5 tenths of a second. As Jacob Ashcroft dives up the inside of teammate from DHR, Cameron Nelson, Bran van der Weyken looking through on Lars Lambers at turn number 3, and he got him. Good move there by the number 242 on the 290. That's the change for 5th. That's exactly where Lambers qualified. So Van der Weyken now up into that position. Van der Weyken started P6, is through Mut Curver. Let's see if the likes of Georgia's Mate Kubahidze can close in, reel in sector by sector the race leader. Now, Maximov fastest of anybody in sector 1. Sectors 2 and 3, the best person in that is Lars Lambers, running 6th. Jim back going defensive against Thijs van Dijk going into turn number 3. It's too wide, as I think that might have been Lieke van Leer getting up the inside of Aaron Vida on the Falcon chassis, the number 286 from the Netherlands. That's the battle for 9th place. They've got Lieke van Berkel, more than likely Max Swiderski not too far behind them. But Jacob Ashcroft is the fastest of the DHR drivers at the moment, and his pace, well, look how close he is. He's, right, Mate Kubahidze has just said, okay, you're faster than me, I'll run with you. I'll let you go past. So that's Ashcroft up easy through the inside, not fight. There wasn't a fight that required for that one. Kubahidze just let him get past, just motioned to him with his right hand, said, go on, go ahead of me. And we saw what happened last time. A certain Jacob Ashcroft had a lot of ground to cover. But when you're in clear air, that's going to help you a heck of a lot more. So we're very shortly about to complete our next lap, which will be lap 4. And Maximov's lead now drops down to under, just over 9/10 of a second. Bran van der Weyken, new fastest lap of the race, 46.010. Well, you compare that with the pace, he was a 10.5 quicker than Jacob Ashcroft. He was nearly half a second quicker than Mate Kobahidze. I think that was Max Sadurski trying to get through on Adam Vida for 7th place at turn number 5. As I think there's been a change for 4th place, might have been for possibly 5th place. Cameron Nelson on, well, yeah, Cameron Nelson got through on Lars Lambers. That was a great move. Max Sadurski now 7th. Ollie Wise now 12th. Van der Weyken again, fastest through the opening sector. Sectors 2 and 3, the fastest person in them has been the Netherlands' Lieke van Berkel in the 285. Look how much, God, they're walloping that curb going through into turns 7 and 8. Now, Adam Mutkerver. Well, you know what? There has been a change. Ashcroft through on Van der Weyken. Van der Weyken closing in on the 222 from Western Supermare. Dives to the inside in towards turn number 2. Ashcroft didn't really want to fight it too much, let him go through. That's going to allow Kobahidze to close on in. Meantime, Lars Lambers has been fighting with Cameron Nelson. They're swapping positions like musical chairs at the minute. But with just over 1 minute and 40 to go in this race, plus an additional lap. Ashcroft doesn't seem to have the waft like he did in the previous heat. But then, well, 5th place being contested by a quartet of drivers, being led by Lars Lambers up the inside. That's Max Sadurski trying to get through, who nearly misses out. That was Lieke van Leer. Oh, and Sadurski's off. Sadurski's off the circuit. I think Lambers was, or might have been Van Leer that was as well. There's Adam Vida. And just in front of him is Lars Lambers, 242. So at the pace they're running at, Bran van der Weyken, 45.828. It's got the gap down to just over 3/10, and it was Lieke van Leer and Max Sadurski. They both went off just a moment ago. Through into turn number 3 once again. But our timer is fast running out. It waits for no driver. Well, there has been a little development or two. Jim Back is out of the race, it appears. Bran van der Weyken showing us the new race leader. There's Jacob Ashcroft. It's also just gotten through. Van der Weyken, 47.0. Maximov, mid 47.6. Ashcroft, low fourth, well, mid to low 46.0 for him in the minute. So he's really, really found his rhythm, I think, is Jacob Ashcroft. Whenever it's a new track, it's a challenge for any driver. He just wants to go out there, drive it, and understand. On that one, but final lap is underway. has been a pretty good run as our drivers come out of the final corner. Bran van der Veken wins Heat 3 ahead of Jacob Ashcroft. Boris Maximoff, Mari Kubahidze, Lars Lambers. Adam Vida, Cameron Nelson, Aleman Banzal, Max Sidersky, David Van Wyk. Luc van Leer, Ollie Wise and Nicolas Machon ended up rounding out the 13 finishers. Vlad Tomichuk not taking part of the race, with Lieke van Berkel and Jim Back out after, well, Lieke was out on Sunday. But there you go. After that race, some penalties issued. 3-second time penalties issued for 221 Jim Back, 248 Adam and Bansel, 246 Days Van Wyk, and 273 all those drivers pick up a 5-second time penalty post-race added to their duration. So 2 more races to go, and in about 6 minutes we're getting underway with our 11th race of the day, heat number 3 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Time for the grid for the penultimate race of Heat Stay here for round 3. Race 11, Heat 3 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here's your starting grid. Pole position is in the hands of Imke Arts from the Netherlands. She'll be joined by Nikita Genza on the front row. Dylan LaHaye and Nicolas Guillaume on row 2. Frederick Zebbes Christensen and Mats Johan Oberhoff will be on the next row. Mark Schumann, Yuri Klebo, Maximilian Adolf, Michael Becker, Louis Koch, Luca Neuenhausen, Karl Klebo and Christoph Capitan bring up the rear of the field. So Nikita Genza would win DD2 Heat 1. Imke Arts would then take up her first victory of the weekend. Michael Becker would win Heat 1 and also Heat 2. And currently thereby leads DD2 Masters at this point in terms of the ranking after heats, if you will. However, there's still an opportunity for someone to throw a spanner in the works. But who could that person be? We need to find out. So you're going to have to join myself and also join myself and all the people that are watching at home. Thank you so much for tuning in once again. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the BNL Karting Series YouTube channel. Of course, you'll be able to see every single one of the races and also a lot of other content, including Team Belgium, the Red Devils antics at the Grand Finals, especially back in 2019, the after movies, and so much more. But the mind games, once again, it's like Hearts comes to a standstill. Genza pulls alongside, stops. Come on, get on with it. Let's go. Right, into the tram lines we head. Red lights on the gantry. Here we go, up the gear, and revs are well and truly underway. So's the racing too. Dylan LaHaye got a really good hole shot going into turn number 2. Managed to slot in behind Imke Arts. Nikita Genza trying to fight back. Guillaume having to fend off Mats Johan Overhoff, who has got through. So Overhoff now 4th. As everyone floods their way through down the hill. There's Christoph Capitan just behind Luca Neuenhausen. Michael Becker has lost out the DD2 Masters class lead to the man simply known as Debacker, Karl Klebo. Now Dylan LaHaye looking for an opportunity to go up the inside. A little bit of a hip check with Imke Arts. That's going to... Oh, she runs wide. Nikita Genza gets through. So does Mats Johan Overhoff. So does Nicolas Guillaume. That's Dylan LaHaye in a nutshell. Decides to go deep late on the brakes and give you no other alternative than having to take avoiding and corrective action thereof. So after lap 2 was Arts, it's now LaHaye. Arts now down to 5th, Genza 2nd. Mats Johan Overhoff now through on, well, is ahead of Nicolas Guillaume. Imke Arts brings up the rear of the top 5. Mark Schubmann, Frederick Zebbes Christensen, he's dropped down to 7th. Ahead of Yuri Klebo. Louis Koch up 2 places to 9th. Karl Klebo up 3 places to the top 10, but also is leading the class. So there has been a change to the lead at the front end of the field because Nikita Genza has got through on Dylan LaHaye in the meantime. LaHaye swings it wide to the outside. Imke Arts starts up the inside through on Nicolas Guillaume, who nearly goes 2 wheels off track, but he defends going into turn 3 and reasserts himself as 4th at the moment. And everyone else, well, Maximilian Adolf has dropped all the way down to the back end of the order, the number 424 from Germany. But Imke Arts, I sense that there is a determination filled with a loss of urgency to try and get through. Lahey, however, is not going to lie down for anybody. Not even if your name is Nikita Genza. Dive bomb up the inside. That's a great move from Imke Arts. Guillaume, however, whoa, hold the phone. Planted it to the outside. Oh, and Frederick of Imke Arts coming out of turn number 2. Got the inside line for turn 3. And, well, I think Arts got a little bit of a fright because she didn't realise that he was going to go up the inside of her there at turn 3. That's allowed Frederick Sebis Christensen trying to get through. Oh dear. Jordi Clerball. 5 second time, 3 second time penalty. I'm going to have a quick check out of the window because I see a mechanical black flag being shown again. So someone is getting a mechanical black flag. I think it might be 408 again, Louis Koch. That's the second time that's happened, if that's the case. But the way that Nicolas Guillaume just planted it to the inside of turn number 3 on Imke Arts, who now finds herself down in 6th position. Meantime, Nikita Genza is trying to keep Dylan Lahey at bay. Mats-Johan Overhoff might be able to do something about this here if he is able to try and close in on the 428 from SP Motorsport in front of him. Lahey has been quickest of anybody. Last time around he did the fastest lap of the race, 44.827, and did a 13.069 in the opening sector. So Lahey has got the pace with the machinery underneath him. Genza's a known quantity with the Kart Republic chassis anyway and has been for a handful of years. Yep, and it was, as I thought it might have been, Louis Koch again, unfortunately, ending up in the pit lane. So we're coming up to the final 4 minutes of the race day, plus an additional lap. Mats-Johan Overhoff was 9/10 behind Nikita Genza, and he was about half a second behind, well, he was a little bit more behind Dylan Lahey, but Lahey is now 2/10 behind Genza. Overhoff is within 8/10 of a second of the race leader. Guillaume's 4th. Ahead of Frederick Sebis Christensen. Imke Arts rounding out the top 6. So Genza might look to have the possible advantage. If he wins this race, that is effectively, looking at it this way, Imke Arts, a win, a second, 6th. Probably might just be enough. Genza, if it's 2 wins and a second, he is on provisional pole for tomorrow's Super Heats. Obviously, we take the ranking after heats, put them all together, and then there is a grid decided for the Super Heats tomorrow. And Imke Arts has got through on the number 433 from Denmark. So there is still plenty left in terms of energy and also pace from Imke Arts in the 405. So coming up to the final couple of minutes, while Louis Koch is out of the race, it looks like. So 13 runners out of 14 set to take the check-in in a few laps' time. They're being led overall by Nikita Genza. Dylan LaHaye in second. That's Johan Overhoff running at the top three. Overhoff up 3 places. Gap between the top 3 last time was just over 7.5 tenths. It's gone up to nearly 9 now. Imke Arts, new fastest lap, 44.695. Closest battles at the moment are between Guillaume, Arts, Zevis Christensen. Then you've also got one in really showcase rearing its head. Is the one between Carl Klibble and Yuri Klibble. Sorry, Carl Klibble and Michael Becker at the minute. But Imke Arts decides now is the opportunity for her to get through. Nicolas Guillaume trying to pin it round the outside at turn number 3. And Arts is finally through, broke the deadlock, but back through up the inside at turn number 5. The 491 gets through, and so does the Dane, Fredrik Zebis Christensen. Imke Arts have been planning that for, I think, at least 2 to 3 laps of this race. Got the job done, and then it was still not enough. Some great, fantastic overtaking in this race, but the time has expired. Oh, that was more than likely. Was that Christophe Capitan? I think I just saw spinning coming out of turn number 9. I think of this circuit, but a real shame for him. It's an unusual place for the back end to rotate around like that. But yeah, some good, close, hardcore fair racing is what I'm. The final lap is very much underway. So it has been the 2-horse race at the front end of the field. Dylan LaHaye is going to give it one final shot through the Schumacher S. Round the final corner, it's going to be a run to the line, but Nikita Genza provisionally books himself on pole position for tomorrow's Super Heat, winning by just over 1/10 from Dylan LaHaye. Mats Johan Overhoff's got to be pretty happy with that one. Started 6th, finished 3rd. And a Fredrik Zebis Christensen, Imke Arts could have had an opportunity to maybe be on the front row. I think she'll be on at least row 2 tomorrow. Yuri Klibble started 8th, finished 6th ahead of Mark Schubmann. Carl Klibble takes a win in that one. And Michael Becker, well, that puts him on provisional pole position in terms of the DD2 Masters classification for tomorrow. 2 wins in a second. Luca Neuenhausen finishing and rounding out the top 10. Maximilien Adolphe and Christophe Capitan. Well, looks like Nicolas Guillaume had dramas in that last race. The SP Motorsport driver coming to a halt in sector number 3. And Louis Koch out with a mechanical black flag on lap 6. Genza wins in DD2 and Carl Klibble in Masters. That's your provisional winners for Heat 3, race number 11 of the meeting. Here is the final grid for race 12, Heat 3 Senior Road Tax for round 3 of the BNL Karting Series for 2024, being kindly hosted by the F-Landring circuit here in Kerpen in Western Germany. Danny Shields starts from pole position. Alongside him will be Mika van der Pavert on the front row. Luca Cullen and Martin Gaiskens on row number 2 in the 392 and the 321. The 322 of Archie Buddle will be joined by the 327 of Vic Stevens. Ollie Jonkers, the 316 from Belgium, will be joined by the man at the sharp end of the standings in this one, Jaden Teen, the 359 from the Netherlands. The top 10 are completed by the UK's Macaulay Bishop and the Netherlands' Debian Horst, with Sverre Urban and Luca Bremer rounding out the next row. Ava Dollarstein and Giorgio Markenstein round out row number 7 ahead of Ralph van der Pavert, Lloyd Hare, Zach Heslop, Lawrence Herbose, Jod van Wijk and Sebastian Koch rounding out the 20-strong grid. 10 minutes plus an additional lap to bring us to the end of the race day. Temperatures look very much a different proposition altogether for tomorrow. Looks to be fairly sunny, but not with the warmth that we've had today. Cloud cover has, well, light white clouding, I would say, is more of what we've had. But we've got a 10-minute race plus an additional lap, and after all this is said and done, then we'll review, respite, refresh, and get ourselves ready for tomorrow. Super Heats will start at 10:30 tomorrow morning with Mini and Mini Rookie, and then the finals start after the lunch break at 1 p.m. And then after that, once we've celebrated our winners and given out some trophies, there'll be a little bit of a wait, a 2-month wait, in fact, until the final round of the championship season that returns to the home of champions, Karting Genk, 28th and 29th of September. And then we'll crown our 6 respective champions and give away 5 tickets to this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the 25th anniversary event at Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Sarno, southern Italy, 19th to the 26th of October 2024. Right, so we are just waiting for the drivers to crawl their way out of the Michael Schumacher S. Told where the line is with regards to overtaking. Into the tram line, straight to eyes, lights are out. Good start by the inside row on the right-hand side of the circuit. As Luca Cullen, round the outside, he did that was a cheeky move. One of the GKS carts goes off at turn 2 already. We got someone else completely sideways. There's more dust and muck being thrown onto the track. Not too sure. That might have been Vic Stevens actually completely back-end stepping out to the right-hand side and sideways and then some. But that was a very, very frantic couple of corners to open up the first lap of the race. Buttle going defensive on, I think that might be Yonkers behind him. So across the line, Cullen leads. Shields second, Bustle, Yonkers, Bishop, Mika van der Pavert. Nice way to return the favour there, Danny Boy. Shields gets through. And Cullen has been mugged by somebody else. Ollie Yonkers, nice work there. Planted it round the outside at turn number 3. That was an absolute perler by the young Belgian. I think recently he celebrated his 15th birthday, so congratulations, Ollie. A bit of a move towards the back end of the field, but 3.5 seconds covered the entirety of the 20 strong after the opening lap. Lap 2 in the books. Danny Shields leads the way. Ollie Yonkers in second. Nicola Cullen being closed in on by Macaulay Bishop. As we could see Yonkers go for the race lead. Yes, he does. Shields doesn't fight it too much, to be honest with you. And still, it is completely full throttle, flat chat from all of these 20 drivers. Rounded out by Lloyd Hare in the number 341. We've had a little bit of an overtake happening on the corner before. Mudko over here. And coming into the Schumacher S. Possible change for third on the cards. Yes, Macaulay Bishop has got through. So has Vic Stevens. Luca Coolin drops down to fifth. And he's got Jaden Teen breathing down the back of his exhaust barrel right about now. So there's still plenty of this race left to run. 7 1/4 minutes remaining. And it's anybody's guess who might be the winner in this one. Because in Heat 1, Vic Stevens took the victory. Heat 2, I think it was Danny Shields. But of course, we're still awaiting for the confirmed and ratified race results from that one. So, at the moment, biggest mover up the order, now up into P3. Past Vic Stevens is Macaulay Bishop. Sebastian Koch has made his way up to 14th. Archie Buttle has unfortunately dropped to the back end of the field, having started P5. And there, oh, well, Sveti Ubben, I think, might have just made a move on Luca Coolin there for 6th place. Well, both the GKS karts have got through. Sveti Ubben and also Martin Gaiskens. Good teamwork there from the 346 and the 321. Danny Shields now drops to 4th. Luca Coolin drops to 8th, having started 3rd. Sebastian Koch now up 7 places. Jort van Wyk up 9 and rounds out the top 10. Lawrence Herboz drops down to 20th. Behind Archie Buttle, as we have just 5 3/4 minutes remaining. Pace has been very, very fast at the front end of the field. They've got to be very, very careful. They've got to keep their elbows in a little bit here. And the reason why I say that is that any wrong move may be investigated. Mika van der Pava trying to close in on Luca Coolin to try and get a move for 8th place. But in the meantime, well, Macaulay Bishop being held at bay by Vic Stevens. Stevens is in 2nd. Archie Buttle, Danny Shields now behind Jaden Teen. So the 310 from the UAE. I still remember when Mum Sue and Dad Barry would accompany him on trips, and now he told me earlier on this year, yeah, I've just turned 18, I can fly on my own now. I went, well, look at you, you well-travelled individual. Then I look at myself and I worry. However, Vic Stevens is closing on Ollie Yonkers. This could be the move that decides the race. He's up the inside, he's through. Stevens through on Yonkers, but don't count out the 2 DHR teammates. Jaden Teen and Macaulay Bishop. Teen in 4th, Bishop 3rd. And they do say strength by numbers. Ollie Yonkers tries an outside overtake, which I never would have thought possible. We saw it, the chicane a little bit earlier on today. Sveti Ubben lining up for the left-hander rather than trying to go round the outside on the right. And that has put Ollie Yonkers right in the clutches of Macaulay Bishop. Jaden Teen. It's also brought Danny Shields back in to this mix. So a quintet of drivers. You could make it more than that if you find that Sveti Ubben might start to catch them, which he is starting to do. Top 5 after 8 laps, covered by 6.5 tenths. Jaden Teen, fastest driver of anybody out there, with the 45.326. So through Mutkerver, now in towards the Schumacher S. Vic Stevens, oh, little bit of a moment there for Ollie Yonkers and Jaden Teen. Oh, I think that might have just caught out Macaulay Bishop, and Jaden Teen went up the inside through the final left-hander. Now Bishop has got to defend. Oh, Yonkers and Teen go into battle and they make a slight bit of contact. Oh, and that's really, really put the win out of reach for any of those drivers now behind Vic Stevens. Oh, well. That just goes to show how quickly things can change. You're 3.5 tenths behind, and then the next thing you know it, someone makes a bit of a howler, and it might be you, and you lose all that momentum. 2 minutes and 25 to go, plus an additional lap. This could be the opportunity for somebody like Jaden Teen to get through, or Jaden Teen. Oh, he's dropped down to 6 in the meantime. Bishop fires it up the inside, neatly through at turn number 2 on Yonkers. Shields in 4th, Sverre Ubben in 5th. Jaden Teen rounds out the top 6, and Martin Gaiskens is there waiting in the wings. Also along with that, Jort van Wijk up 11 spots, now to 8th. Devian Rust out on lap 8. Ralf van der Paver and Eva Dorrestein round out the top 10. The latter being, both being from the Netherlands. The latter one making her BNL Karting Series debut, if I remember correctly. And 1.5 minutes to go. Well, we could be very, very marginal on whether we're going to hit 14 or 15 laps. But don't let that detract you from the racing action. Jaden Teen repasses Sverre Ubben to retake 5th place back. Vic Stevens at the moment might have probably about the best part of a 1.3 second advantage, approximately. So it's all about what happens behind Vic Stevens, because it's going to come down to the wire here. As they say, something's got to give. Oh, Danny Shields off. Danny Shields off straight on a mud curver. Manages to, well, he went full on, full throttle. Well, I think he just ran wide. And it's kicked up the dust into the grandstand area. And there are a couple of people standing there. And just got a face full of grass, face full of dirt. And Danny Shields kicking up the kitty litter, the gravel. And someone else has also done so through turn number 4 just now. Fast running out of time. And this is the last race of today. We'll have another 8 races tomorrow to conclude round number 3 of the championship season out of 4. Might be marginal on time here, but Vic Stevens comes out of the final corner. 4, 3, 2. 2 seconds to go when he crosses the line. 2 more laps remain. Timer has now expired. So there is Macaulay Bishop versus Ollie Yonkers. Jaden Teen in 4th, head of Sverre Ubben, Martin Gaiskens, Jort van Wijk, Ralf van der Pavert, Eva Dorrestein, Lawrence Herbose. After Danny Shields' unfortunate run through the kitty litter. That's an English, that's another English phrase for gravel, in other words. Makes around about the same kind of noise. Lawrence Herbose rounds out the top 10. Danny Shields in 11th. There's going to be 1.1 kilometre lap left to round off the race day. And then Vic Stevens sees the final lap board. Goes across the line. Macaulay Bishop 2nd, Ollie Yonkers 3rd. It was Ollie Yonkers that actually won race 2 on the road. Vic Stevens, well, this could be the opportunity he needs, because Vic Stevens in that opening race won comfortably once he got in front of him. Well, he actually had to beat Jaden Teen to the line, 72 thousandths of a second. But this one is a little bit easier to get yourself calmed down for, because we've got just a handful of corners remaining. Mudcover just negotiated. Now the Michael Schumacher S through into the final left-hander. And Vic Stevens picks up another win in heats for seniors after a 15-lap race, winning by 1.252 seconds ahead of Macaulay Bishop. Ollie Yonkers, Jaden Teen, Sverre Ubben, Martin Gaiskens, Jort van Wijk, 12 places gained to finish 7th ahead of Ralf van der Pavert. Lawrence Herbose, Danny Shields, Eva Dorrestein running out the top 11 ahead of Giorgio Markenstein, Lloyd Hare, Zach Heslop, Luca Coolen, Luca Prima, Archie Buttle, and Mika van der Pavert rounding out the 18 out of 20 drivers that finished the race, with Devian Rust and Sebastian Koch unfortunately retiring on laps 8 and 6 respectively. Vic Stevens books himself provisionally onto pole position for the senior super heats. but he finished ahead of Macaulay Bishop and Ollie Yonkers were your provisional top 3 for the final race of today. Race 12, Heat 3, Senior Road Tax. Well, that concludes the racing action here for day 1 out of 2 for round 3 of the BNL Karting Series for 2024. The F Landring now comes to a little bit of silence, a little bit of calm. Peace and tranquility surrounds the circuit. But, however, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll be making a heck of a lot of noise as warm-up commences for finals day on the 25th of August 2024 for round 3. The Super Heats get underway at 10:30 in the morning with Mini and Mini Rookie kick-starting things off. They'll also kick-start the finals at 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon with approximately 2:15 being the last final of the weekend, and Senior Road Tax will be the stars that close out the show. But we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at about 10:20 tomorrow morning, right here live and direct from Western Germany on the BNL Karting Series YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and whilst you're at it, why not hit us up on social medias at BNL.Karting Series on Instagram and at BNL Karting Series on Facebook. Don't forget you can go to our website, bnlkartingseries.com, to find out further information and see how you can join us on the racetrack. See you tomorrow. Good night.